Good afternoon and welcome to the final day of the Intercollegiate Soccer Tournament at Sydney University. We are at the Sydney University football ground for this vital match in the Women's Championship known as the Rose Bowl, because we could be crowning a first-time winner depending on the outcome of this game. St John's in the green and white, taking on Women's College in the purple with white socks. And it is a situation where if St John's were to win, they would win for the very first time the overall Rose Bowl as a result of finishing top of the round robin. And if they do slip up, then there could be an opportunity later tonight for St Andrews, the perennial contender, to potentially overtake them. So they will be watching on, hoping for a favour from Women's College, who themselves are the only team other than St Andrews to have won this championship. It's a pleasure to have your company from the Sydney University Football Ground. For those of you watching interstate or overseas, it's 1 p.m. on a Monday here. And these two teams have gone through a round robin of 4 games to this point. This is the 5th and final match. And hopefully we are entertained. And who knows, maybe St John's will win and be able to claim the Rose Bowl for the very first time. Slightly modified rules, 35-minute halves and no stoppage. So a 70-minute game for you this afternoon. Coin toss taking place out in the middle between the two captains. Lauren Whiting of St John's. And it looks as though the teams won't swap ends. They're going to continue attacking the ways that they've decided on. Hayley Spring is the player from Women's College who is going to kick us off, with Women's College attacking the left of your screens in this first half. So all in readiness then. And underway in this potential decider for the Intercollegiate Soccer Tournament of Sydney University, Women's College up against St John's. And to give you the full table at kickoff, St John's with 3 wins and a draw for 7 competition points, ahead of St Andrews, 3 wins and a loss on 6 points, St Paul's on 4, Wesley on 4, and Women's College on 1 point, with Sancta on no points gained through the tournament so far. And an early offside for our officiating crew to keep an eye on. So Women's College restarting through Georgia Wilson, booting it into the attacking half. Amalia Merrifield on the ball for St John's. And now breaking through the middle to a big chair. It's a chance for the opening goal. And barely a minute in, who else but Maddie Caspers has popped up to put St John's into the lead. She is a player of great quality, an active young Matilda and A-League women's player. And she's taken all of a minute and 10 seconds to stamp herself on the game, running through the middle and making the score 1-0 to St John's. And any nerves about coming into this game, trying to close out the Rose Bowl, may have been settled in an instant by that passage of play. The crowd getting invested in the game as Poppy Tay is knocked to the ground. Currently a senior NPL women's player for Sydney University, playing on the weekends. And a free kick to restart play from Lauren Whiting. The ball is going to bounce over to Nina Reithmuller. Lucy McLaughlin under a bit of pressure from Honor Braid, but has recovered to scramble the ball out for a throw-in, to be taken by Charlotte Pullen over on the right-hand side. Maddie Caspers winning the ball away. A chance for St John's to try to build. Crossfield pass attempted and blocked. Now knocked on by Nina Reithmuller. Bouncing through midfield. And a free kick going the way of St John's. Combative work from Amalia Merrifield and Lauren Whiting to combine to win the free kick. So from just inside the attacking half, Lucinda Anderson's free kick. And a battle for possession. Poppy Tay cutting it back. It's been intercepted. Lauren Whiting comes through. Free players at the back post. And nearly two. Good chance for St John's. And just wide of the right-hand post in the end. The shot from Eliza Lilly. It did take a deflection, so the referees paid it as a corner. Wasn't sure if it was a deflection off an opponent or her own teammate, but the referee has seen it as a corner kick. Corner taken by Maddie Caspers, tumbling to the edge of the penalty area. And now a chance for Women's College to try to advance. Hayley Spring was on the ball. However, coming across to cover in defence is Lucy McLaughlin. And the ball runs out for a throw-in for Women's College. Brought down by Maddie Caspers. Trying to find a teammate, but Tessa McCarthy defending stoutly for Women's College. Sees the ball out for a throw-in. Here goes Poppy Tay, roaming around the left side. Wants to cut back onto her right. And the tackle comes in from Tessa McCarthy to see it out for another corner kick. So this will be corners from both sides of the pitch in quick succession here on the main field at Sydney University, or the main rectangular field. In comes the corner. Goalkeeper under pressure, and it's gone all the way in. So that's two for St John's. A corner that proved a little bit hot to handle. And so 2 goals by the 6-minute mark have St John's looking good at present now. And it was an in-swinging corner from Poppy Tay that, not sure if it'll go down as her goal or an own goal. Probably have to go down as an own goal, you might think, but Poppy Tay, for now, will give the credit. So a couple of the players from a very high level of football, NPL and A-League respectively, have put their stamp on this game in the early exchanges here, with showing us what they can do. Flags up. Might be for a foul throw. The central referee's not paying a great deal of attention. Now has seen the flag. And it looks as though the ball is going to come back. Throw in level with the penalty area here to be taken by Lucinda Anderson. St John's trying to trap the ball down at their attacking end and succeeding so far. And an attempt on goal, which is going to tumble just wide from Nina Reithmuller. Here's a chance now for Women's College. Tessa McCarthy breaking through, one-on-one, and just wide to the left. Oh, first real attack of purpose from Women's College, and a very good one at that. Nearly halving the deficit, getting the score back to 2-1. Great bit of skill from Maddie Caspers. Now down the right, Lauren Whiting trying to play a 1-2. Nina Reithmuller to Poppy Tay. Maddie Caspers back to Poppy Tay, trying to free the feet. Lots of defenders to contend with. Still gets a shot away and finds a way through to make it 3-0. Poppy Tay has a double. And the persistence in the penalty area has paid off there. It's 3-0 as we tick up to the 10-minute mark. St John's having just seen off the best chance of the game, though, from Women's College. It's been a pretty open contest so far. But they've gone down the other end and made Women's College pay by scoring another goal. This is Tessa Warneford on the ball now for Women's College, trying to get it forward by any means necessary. It's going to break into the penalty box again, and Lucinda Anderson across with some crucial defending to do. That was to stop Honor Braid from potentially freeing the feet and getting a shot on goal. Ball skims into the penalty area for Women's College. It's going to be cleared away as far as Amalia Merrifield. However, contesting for the ball successfully was Tessa McCarthy. And a touch for the goalkeeper, Jemima Carmody here, who is going to clear away. Great run through the middle from Poppy Tay. And now half a chance for Lauren Whiting. On a tight angle from the right, though. And it was always going to be difficult to bring it back with the shot on goal. Swap is coming through here for Women's College. Alex Goodchild, the number 6, is coming into the game for the first time. This is Lucinda Anderson taking possession, getting a bit of pressure from Honor Braid of Women's College. And then an attempt to clear from Kitty Duffy down the line. Hayley Spring had the ball, but then caught in possession by Poppy Tay. Breaking forward, but no teammates really coming with her. Alex Goodchild. First touch for her, having been interchanged into the game. Nina Reithmuller. Maddie Caspers. Trying for the diagonal ball. Flag stays down. Lauren Whiting is swept upon by the defenders. Coming in with speed for Women's College, and Georgia Wilson runs the ball almost to the safety of the line, and then with a neat little feint is able to get the better of her opponent and clear another 25 metres. Really physical play, and the referee eventually finds the whistle and decides enough's enough, giving a foul the way of Women's College. So the free kick taken by Georgia Wilson. Battle for possession in defensive midfield as St John's see it, and Caspers does win the ball back. Down the left wing. Can Eliza Lilly keep it in? She can. And finds Amalia Merrifield, and now away goes St John's. Played into the middle. Lauren Whiting back inside for Poppy Tay. Has two already. This would be for a hat-trick, and she finds the back of the net. Oh, it's been a sensational first 16 minutes for St John's, and Poppy Tay has completed a 10-minute hat-trick. Goals in the 6th, 10th, and now 16th minutes. And that makes it 4-0 to St John's. So this vital game for them is currently one-way traffic, but it's largely been because they've been able to separate themselves with some excellent play. As we see the ball put through to Lauren Whiting on the right. Not able to drive it any further. Kick out from the goalkeeper, Maddie Caspers. Trying to bring out all the tricks. Was able to lob one opponent, but then couldn't get round the hard-working Tessa McCarthy here, who's running out to the left with the ball. Is there a pass on? Hefty challenge. And a free kick given. Lucinda Anderson crashing in, and the referee, don't think he's bought his cards today. If a yellow isn't coming out for that one, just a talking to. And so it's a free kick opportunity for Women's College to try and grab back one of these 4 goals that they currently trail by. Georgia Wilson standing over the free kick, 3 in the wall, even though it is on a tight angle. Wilson puts it to the edge of the 6-yard box, and it's enthusiastically headed behind for a corner kick. And again, you can hear the applause of St John's College, many of who have made their way into the stands for this game. Words got around that they scored in just the 2nd minute, and it's been a bit of a goal avalanche ever since. Here comes the corner then. First head St John's. Amalia Merrifield takes a fall, and play's going to be whistled dead, so she can be assessed here after a bit of a heavy landing, and the trainer is being called out. So Amalia Merrifield walking under her own steam, which looks like a good sign. Doesn't appear to have been a great deal of treatment actually administered to her. She's able to walk around the outside of the perimeter. And it looks like potentially the number 17, Monica Dunstan, is coming on as an interchange here. So it'll be a drop ball to restart play. 22 minutes into the first half. Of course, 35-minute halves in this match. And we're back live. And there is Monica Dunstan, first involvement for the number 17. There's a chase on here for Tessa Warneford of Women's College, getting to the ball first. Has it all to do down in the corner, though, and St John's have got the numbers to clear out of defence. Mima Mutton. And the ball deflects away in favour of St John's and Lauren Whiting. She's able to escape Georgia Ray. Plays the diagonal pass, but it's cleared from the edge of the penalty area. So throw in taken for Women's College. St John's trying to win it back straight away. Poppy Tay into the midfield. Nina Reithmuller to Maddie Caspers. Weighing up the options over on the right side. Now Poppy Tay puts it into a gap. Lauren Whiting, first time shot, blocked away. Trying to retain the ball though, keep the attack going. And through comes Georgia Ray to clear it out for a throw in. So Lucinda Anderson coming up to take the throw in. Caspers, great little turn over on the right side, and now skipping on the ball, refusing to give it away. Poppy Tay back to the line and winning a corner kick. So, corner kick from Maddie Caspers. That one lands on the roof of the net. Running after the ball over to the corner, Lucy McLaughlin. Only as far as Honor Braid. Leaves the ball with Alex Goodchild. Now through comes Nina Reithmuller. Straight into the path of Georgia Wilson. St John's have possession back. Out to the right side, Lauren Whiting trying to take on two opponents, and the numbers one out. Mima Mutton putting the ball out for a throw in. Bouncing through midfield, Monica Dunstan tries to keep it moving. Only as far as Alex Goodchild. Bladed her into her own teammate there in Poppy Lambourne. Ball bouncing on. Maddie Caspers is going to watch Alex Goodchild chase the ball out towards the right back corner. And it's found its way out. More interchanges taking place. And it looks like Maddie Caspers is going to take her leave here. Part of a double switch as well for Women's College. We're seeing Charlotte Pullen come back on. Looks like the number 5, Abby Walker, is coming on here for St John's. And Maddie Caspers, having scored that goal in just the second minute of the game to set the tone, comes off. Here's a opportunity at the edge of the box for Monica Dunstan. Tried to kick it through a wall of defenders. First touch in the game now for Abby Walker. Well played by Kitty Duffy. Goalkeeper's going to be called into action here. Jemima Carmody comes out for the collect and is quick to clear. Abby Walker, only as far as Georgia Wilson. Poppy Lambourne getting into a battle against Tara Moore. Neat little sidestep through midfield. However, Georgia Ray is there for Women's College. Good skill over on the wing. Now a shot from distance, which is out for a goal kick. Goal kick taken by Georgia Wilson. I think as far as Poppy Tay. Booted high in the air by Georgia Ray. It's going to be high bouncing, hard to win. Who's coming through? Honor Braid of Women's College. Can they grab one of these goals back? Tessa Warnford. And now into space goes Lauren Whiting. She's being chased by Charlotte Pullen, and Pullen has done well to hold her up initially, but Lauren Whiting is able to wriggle free, steps on the ball, and now cuts it back, hoping for Abby Walker, but the intercept is made. Good little one-on-one duel between the two players, though, Whiting and Pullen, and they're straight back to it again here. However, this time there's help from Georgia Ray to see it out to the safety of a throw-in. Tumbling into the penalty area, Lauren Whiting. This time, a goal kick. And so Women's College continue to defend. It's been 4-0 since the 16-minute mark, so they've enjoyed almost as much time at 4-0 as they had when the goals were flying in on a regular basis. So they've steadied. Now the question is, can they start to get some ambitions of scoring a goal or two of their own? Trying to mount some sort of a comeback in the second half, perhaps. Not if Poppy Tay has anything to do about it. Square ball here. Nina Reithmuller straight back into traffic. Cleared by Mutton. The ball is cleared out for a throw-in. Discussion of another interchange here. Misha Hazelwood's coming on for St John's. The number 10. Hayley Spring volleys it up to the edge of the penalty area for Women's College. Trying to win the territory battle and keep the ball down in their attack. Volleys back and forth. Throw in taken here. Charlotte Pullen. Can the ball sit up for it? There will be another throw-in. So they remain down at their attacking end here, Women's College. Can they find a goal? Charlotte Pullen again to take the throw-in. Very crowded left side of attack at the moment. On a braid. Ball tumbles past her. Can she put a foot on it here, though? Only to deflect it away, and that means St John's have defended successfully. St John's through a series of throw-ins and clearances, working their way down the right sideline. Can they break the ball out into open field, though? Pass played back here. Misha Hazelwood and Lucinda Anderson raffling it between the two of them. Now Poppy Tay nicked off her toes by Charlotte Pullen. Only as far as Abby Walker, though, and the build-up continues for St John's. Monica Dunstan trying to find a way through the centre of midfield. And Georgia Wilson won't let that happen. Women's College trying to come away with the ball, but it's been nicked away. The clear again for Charlotte Pullen. On a braid, keeps it moving. However, that's as far as it's going. Kitty Duffy standing tall in defence. And the clearance is made emphatically in the end by Georgia Wilson out to the line. So throw in for St John's. Only 30 seconds of the 35 minutes left to play with. No stoppage time. We did have a bit of a break, though, for the treatment of Amalia Merrifield. See if the referee is going to adhere strictly to 35 minutes or add on a little bit of stoppage. Nope. It is a pretty strict adherence. So that's the halftime whistle. And the scoreboard may say 4-0. Women's College did have a very good chance to score when it was still 2-0. But 3 goals in the space of a 10-minute burst from Poppy Tay has helped St John's take this match away at present. Maddie Caspers scored in just the 2nd minute, and then Tay in the 6th, 10th and 16th. And that gives us the halftime score in this Sydney University Inter-College Soccer Rose Bowl potential championship decider. St John's 4, Women's College 0. Back for the second half soon. So back for the start of the second half here at the Sydney University Inter-College Finals, and underway with St John's in the green and white leading Women's College in the purple 4-0 at the start of the second half. This game where St John's can seal the Rose Bowl by winning. As we see an early foul, and down in front of the St John's contingent of fans, they're certainly making their voices heard in an amusing fashion, but just a free kick. So a bending free kick is all the way in. Maddie Caspers with a strike that's found the top right corner, made it 5-0. And that might be the pick of the goals so far. There was a situation that didn't necessarily lend itself to a long shot, but with a bit of momentum coming from the grandstand, that one has picked out the corner and been an excellent strike. Through ball played here by Lauren Whiting. And Monica Dunstan goes to ground. Spectators again want a penalty. Referee not interested. Play continues. Monica Dunstan cross in. Dealt with by Georgia Ray, who's able to clear. Now Women's College. Can they get something going down in attack? Runners sprinting after the ball. Clearance not away just yet, and so the door was open there for Hayley Spring to potentially close in, and the ball has found its way out for a corner. So effective enough counter-attack from Women's College. They would have loved to have turned it into a goal, but it'll be a corner kick instead. So is this Women's College's moment to peg a goal back? Corner is going to land at the near post, followed by Kitty Duffy, and then a handball by so the restart will be taken from inside the penalty area. Lucinda Anderson. Ball runs on. Good to see Amalia Merrifield is back healthy and able to start the second half after taking a heavy fall in the first half, which caused her to leave the game, but interchange means that she's able to come back on now that she's okay. Kitty Duffy standing tall at the centre of defence. Georgia Ray's header. It's going to break out to Charlotte Pullen. Amalia Merrifields. Ball out to the right. Cross attempted by Lauren Whiting. Will get a second go at it, and this time win a corner. Down at the Parramatta Road end, or the northern end of the ground, that St John's are attacking in this second half. 35-minute halves, 70-minute game. Maddie Caspers, who came off for a rest at the end of the first half, is back on. Has already scored her second goal of the day, and now is taking this corner kick. An outswinger and a good header to the edge of the box. Eliza Lilly. Ball taken off her and cleared out. Ball just running away from Lucy Lattimore there. And we're going to see another interchange. Lucinda Anderson is coming off. And it looks like Lulu Duck is coming on, the number 13. First time we've seen her in the match today. Amalia Merrifield ran into a 1-on-2. Georgia Wilson's had to do a lot of defending at centre back today and cleared the ball on that occasion with success. Hayley Spring nicked the ball off her own teammate going around the corner there. Through comes Charlotte Pullen. Pass inside was hoping to find Alex Goodchild, but it was intercepted by Lulu Duck. Now the follow-up comes from Tessa McCarthy, and it is going to be a goal for Women's College. It's 5-1, but they do have a goal, and after a great chance in the first half, which went just wide of the post, here in the second half, Tessa McCarthy has made good on the opportunity to score and made it 5-1. It is only the 42nd minute as well. Maybe they can start to make some inroads here to this deficit. Kickoff's going to have to be retaken here. So it may be a lopsided scoreline, but not for a lack of trying from Women's College. They've been competitive in this game, and now they do have proof of concept that they can score a goal. You just wonder, though, is that going to agitate a goal-filled response from St John's here, just to reassert their dominance on the game. Attempting a step around is Nina Reithmuller. Now plays it to Maddie Caspers. She's weaving through the defenders and out to the right, but it's offside against Lauren Whiting. So that'll bring the attack to a halt. We're going to see a couple of interchanges coming here for Women's College. It's going to be Poppy Lambourne and Honor Braid coming on. And it looks like it's Alex Goodchild. Just trying to get the other number, and also Piper Anderson, who are coming off here for Women's College. Well, Women's down into attack once again. Kitty Duffy coming across, taking on Hayley Spring. Clearing the ball out for a throw. Well, the St John's fans starting a chant, reflective of a very decent crowd who've come out for this intercollegiate soccer final. Of course, it continues through the rest of the day, and there'll be two more matches coming up in the evening, which will be live streamed. Honor Braid can't get any further than Maddie Caspers, who takes the ball and sends it out to the left, off and running. Here's Monica Dunstan. And the ball is cleared away from her by Georgia Wilson. Here's Caspers dispossessed on this occasion. Well defended by Mima Mutton. Caspers back in though. Has possession again. Dancing on the ball. And then a little burst of acceleration. The cut across the penalty area. Is there a finishing touch? Monica Dunstan, a scuffed attempt which is cleared away. Now at the edge of the box, Eliza Lilly. That one out for a goal kick. This is Lucy Lattimore. Not able to make any further forward progress though. Good one-on-one defending coming in from Lucy McLaughlin, who's now got the throw-in for St John's. And as far as Women's College's goal scorer, Tessa McCarthy. Caspers and Dunstan trying to show their skills. However, they've come unstuck and it's going to be a throw-in for Women's College. Bouncing ball. And the referee's seen a foul there against Hayley Spring with the way she went in on the challenge. Restart taken quickly. Monica Dunstan. Pass into midfield is intercepted. Hayley Spring now on a braid. Can the Women's College find one more pass? A deflection here could be kind. On a braid will cut it across, but cut it out. Lucy Lattimore was trying to get into position in the 6-yard box, but not to be. Amalia Merrifield's pass out to the left. Monica Dunstan cuts the ball back inside. Amalia Merrifield with a left-footed attempt. And it's held onto by the goalkeeper, Sophie Byes. Caspers brings the ball down, but immediately has McCarthy on her case. And now the whistle goes, and it's going to be Women's College with a restart. Free kick is there to be won in midfield. Georgia Ray. And now Hayley Spring. Can't quite free the feet for a shot. However, the chance is there, and fired on goal from Lucy Lattimore, but it's saved by Jemima Carmody. Able to wrap her hands around the ball at the second time of asking. And now Monica Dunstan. Just misses Nina Reithmuller with the next pass on. Away goes Maddie Caspers with the ball. Stopped in her tracks initially. Going to have some interchanges here. Tara Moore is coming on for the first time in this second half. She's on for Misha Hazelwood. Free kick comes in, and it's just over the head of Monica Dunstan. and running through the penalty area. Nina Reithmuller. Only as far as Georgia Ray. Sidestep from Caspers, and it just runs away from Lauren Whiting. And now around the touchline goes Caspers, cuts it back. Nina Reithmuller scuffed the shot. Series of ricochets. Bit of pinball, but now it's settled back at the feet and cleared away by Georgia Wilson. Here's Maddie Caspers. Plays the ball to Monica Dunstan. And now Amalia Merrifield. Block tackle comes in. And Lucy Lattimore is coming off, and Piper Anderson is coming on. So the corner kick in at the near post, and where we've seen a couple of free kicks and corners be very dangerous in this game. That one is headed right off the goal line and out for another corner by Tessa McCarthy. So Maddie Caspers, another corner kick. This one bouncing at the near post. No green shirts in the vicinity, and so it's cleared away. McCarthy off and running. Plays the early ball. One for the runners to go and chase. Kitty Duffy leading the charge back for St John's in defence, but here comes Hayley Spring for Women's College. And who got the last touch? It will be a St John's ball. Well, again, they've shown their ability to go end-to-end on the counter-attack into open field in the blink of an eye, Women's College, but they weren't able to turn that into a shot on goal. And Poppy Tay is coming back on here for St John's. Maddie Caspers and Monica Dunstan coming off. And the other sub coming on is Abby Walker, the number 5. So Poppy Tay straight into the action, having scored a 10-minute hat-trick in the first half. It's the first time we've seen her out on the ground in the second half. Tessa McCarthy clips the ball to the edge of the box, but it hit Hayley Spring in the back. McCarthy follows up. Tried to free her right foot and sweep it into the box, but it's been blocked away. On a braid, brings down the throw-in. Tough to control, and it ultimately runs out for a throw-in. That'll be a foul throw against Georgia Ray. Might be able to get away with it elsewhere on the pitch, but right next to the assistant referee, wasn't able to disguise that one. Charlotte Pullet down the last line of defence. And cleared by Georgia Wilson. From the right side, Poppy Tay can't quite control the ball. So Honor Braid here in possession for Women's College, but Tay is right in, winning it away. Square ball over to Abby Walker. Now coming in from the left flank, Eliza Lilly. And a big deflection out of Amalia Merrifield for a goal kick after the defender cleared the ball into her. We're seeing Lucy Lattimore come back on here through the interchange for Tessa Warnford. Tessa McCarthy plays it back to Georgia Wilson. Now Georgia Ray having to backtrack. St John's have won themselves a throw over on the right side of attack. Haven't had a goal since the 42nd minute when Women's College scored to make it 5-1. So St John's maybe getting a little restless. Poppy Tay through the right side. It's going to set up kindly for the goalkeeper, Sophia Bias, who's able to come out and collect. And a foul given here as Lulu Duck has knocked over Lucy Lattimore. So free kick taken by Georgia Wilson. It's going to turn into a direct shot on goal. It sits up for the header and just over and wide in the end. That was a good chance for Tessa McCarthy to score her second of the game and for Women's College to grab back their second. Again, it's worth remembering since the 16th minute, this game is 1-1. So the initial burst that separated St John's, they've been able to sit back and enjoy that for much of the game. They haven't been able to build on it, though. Here's an opportunity from the right side for Lauren Whiting. Has got Poppy Tay in support. Shoots from the edge of the area and shoots out. Lulu Duck wins possession. Winning it back, though, for Women's College is Poppy Lambourne. Solid header by Tara Moore as the ball bounces on. And here goes Lauren Whiting. Poppy Lambourne, another chance here. Not able to advance with the ball, though. Poppy Tay, crossfield pass, promising. Eliza Lilly, edge of the box. And good one-on-one defending from Mima Mutton, who is going to come in and eventually have the ball kicked off her feet. It's still going to be Women's College's ball, though. As we tick into the final 10 minutes of regulation, there's not too much doubt about who's going to win. It's perhaps been the case since the early flurry of goals, but it's certainly been a bit more of an arm wrestle in the second half. And the final score is still to be sorted out here for the history books. So a corner kick is the result here. Poppy Tay to take. One of her 3 goals was from a corner in the first half. So will she hone in direct on the target again here? Poppy Tay with the corner, tumbling to the near post, and it's going to be repeat corners as it is defended away by Tessa McCarthy. Poppy Tay. Corner kick. This one is again on the roof of the net. That's the gamble when you're trying to score direct from a corner kick. You don't have a great deal of margin for error. After a short break, it looks like Tessa Warnford is coming on, and she is going to relieve Tessa McCarthy, who is the goal scorer for Women's College. But you suspect at this late stage of the game, unless it's only a very quick break, her afternoon might be done. Free kick in the meantime. Poppy Tay to take. It's going to shoot direct on goal, and it rears up off the surface and goes wide across the face and out for a goal kick. Goal kick taken by Women's College. Bouncing almost up to the halfway line. Abby Walker went to ground, bouncing back up to contest here. And now into space it goes, but coming across, Lucy McLaughlin is able to hold Women's College up. Ooh, hand was up in a dangerous position. It's appearing to be advantage, and that should be a corner kick. Last touch off the goalkeeper, Jemima Carmody. It wasn't the most fiercely struck shot from Honor Braid, but still enough for the goalkeeper to tip it around the post. And so Women's College have themselves a corner here to again cut the deficit. Georgia Wilson's corner, cleared by Poppy Tay. Bouncing up to Mima Mutton. Poppy Tay wins the ball off her. Starting from very deep in her defensive half. A long way to go. And she's going to back her speed here and go past Georgia Wilson. Plays the pass now, and from the edge of the box, it's going to be sliced just wide of the post. That could have been an own goal, but luck's a fortune for Charlotte Pullen as it goes out for only a corner kick. Off the boot, though, that looked like it might have been creeping inside the post for an own goal. And I think the corner decisions caught a few people out here, not realising that, yes, it is St John's ball, and they do have a corner kick. They've been inclined to attack the target direct from corners so far. Is Poppy Tay going to mix it up? This one's tumbling into the near post and headed away by Georgia Wilson. Tay's first to the ball. Now cleared, and Wilson sees it to the line. Glancing header on, Poppy Tay. Trying to find a teammate with the cross, and it's in for Lauren Whiting. A tap in right on the line. Oh, the flag's up. The flag is up, it won't count. It's an offside call. Gee, from where Poppy Tay struck the ball, it must have been a razor-thin call. However, the assistant referee's call stands. And so the goal is disallowed, and it remains 5-1. That was nearly the full stop on the win. Lulu Duck coming through with the ball. Strikes a pass. It's been bent away. Eliza Lilly stepping around. Long shots on. And it's going to bounce wide and out for a goal kick. Poppy Tay. Cut back. Nina Reithmuller. Defended by Georgia Wilson. It feels like St John's are getting closer and closer to scoring one more goal, but is the clock going to beat them here? I've ticked into the final 3 minutes of play. Certainly no doubt about the fact they're going to win. It's just if they can score one more goal to cap things off. Here is Amalia Merrifield. And now Lauren Whiting. Oh, the shot presented, but just a little late as far as the attacker was concerned. And it looks like there's going to be one last round of interchange here as Amalia Merrifield comes off. All smiles, and on comes Monica Dunstan. Edge of the box. And the shot from Nina Reithmuller is cleared away. Georgia Wilson's had it all to do today. Heaps of defending. It's been vital in keeping the score to just 5. Lauren Whiting cuts around, left-footed pass, and to the edge of the box it goes. Volleyed away by Abby Walker. Nina Reithmuller and Women's College. They win the ball back. A long way to go on the counter-attack. And Lulu Duck is going to combine here with Tara Moore to stop Women's College from breaking the full field. And there goes the full-time whistle. So it's a bit of history for St John's as they win the Rose Bowl for the very first time. And they've done so in emphatic fashion today. A 5-1 scoreline in the decisive match. They came in knowing a win would be good enough. Well, they were 4-0 up by the 16th minute. A hat-trick from Poppy Tay and 2 goals for Maddie Caspers. And even though there was 1 goal back for Tessa McCarthy, this was St John's Day. They moved to 10 competition points. It means they can't be caught at the top of the Rose Bowl. It is the first time since the competition was run since 2012 that it is St John's who are the winners. They had great support in the stands today for that reason. And you can see that they are delighted at having won the Intercollegiate Soccer Championship for women and the Rose Bowl title for their college. Got to say, women's put up a good fight. They did score a goal back, and the second half ultimately was a 1-1 draw. So they may have been blitzed in the early exchanges, but they did show good competitiveness, and perhaps with a bit more luck could have left with a goal or 2 more. But the full-time score is St John's 5, Women's College 1, a 10-minute hat-trick for Poppy Tay, 2 goals for Maddie Caspers, and the consolation for Tessa McCarthy of Women's College. Congratulations to St John's. They win the Rose Bowl for the very first time in Sydney University intercollegiate history. Good evening and welcome to live coverage of the Sydney University Intra-College Championships. It is the football finals and this is the final clash in the women's competition. The Rose Bowl may have already been claimed by St John's earlier today, but second spot is still up for grabs, and of course it all counts towards the overall inter-college champion. So this match has second placed St Andrews in the white and blue, taking on, currently on the live table as it stands, fourth placed St Paul's in their traditional golden gules. If you're not familiar with the two teams, so it'll be St Paul's attacking the left of your screens in the first half and St Andrews attacking the right of your screen. St John's already with an unassailable 4-win, 1-draw record at the top of the women's championship, but second place could still go to the winner here tonight. St Andrews' long reign at the top of women's soccer is over. They've won every championship bar one since 2012, but St John's, with a big 5-1 win against Women's College earlier this afternoon, closed the door for any potential for St Andrews to come over the top. St Andrews with a 3-win, 1-loss record, and St Paul's 2 wins and 2 losses, so you only get 2 points for a win in the college championship, 6 points for St Andrews, 4 points for St Paul's, so they could still end up level on the table. We're just waiting on the referee and the officiating crew in their fullness, because I don't see an assistant referee over on the outer side just yet either. So we're not too far away from what was a scheduled 6 p.m. kickoff. And don't forget, on this live stream from 8 p.m. it's St John's versus St Andrews in a winner-takes-all for the men's championship in the Rawson Cup. So we have a ball, we have referees, and we're not far away from getting started. For those of you not familiar with the format, 35-minute halves, no stoppage time, and interchange for players coming and going off the sidelines. We'll introduce you to those players and the numbers they're wearing as the game unfolds. And it's going to be St Andrews to kick off, attacking the right of your screens in the first half. I've got an assistant referee over on the outer side, so we might be waiting just a little bit longer. Here we go. We've finally got our man in a flag ready to go. In the other match earlier this afternoon, a 1-1 draw between Wesley and Sancta, giving Sancta their first competition point, and also pushing Wesley above St Paul's 1 win, 3 draws, 5 points. So they're currently sitting third on the live table. That whistle gets us underway in St Andrews kick-off against St Paul's in the final match of the Intercollegiate Championships for soccer, and the Rose Bowl, which has been claimed by St John's, and now the bragging rights for second place up for grabs as we see St Andrews through Sophia Massaro chasing the ball out to the left flank in the opening exchanges of the game. And now St Paul's trying to steady. For those of you trying to work out what that colour is, I thought it was a maroon, a reddish. It is called gules, G-U-L-E-S. If you are not familiar, I'm sure if you're from the college system or an alumnus of St Paul's, you'd be well familiar. As we see the referee take evasive action in the very first minute after a free kick, and an apology forthcoming too. So it's a mid-range free kick here for St Andrews. It's going to land at the edge of the penalty area. A solid header away by Katie Teo. Ball bouncing into midfield. Teo again, volleying on. Follow-up comes from Valentina Steele. She's battling against Jemima Davies in midfield, and Frankie Betts is able to come away with possession. Drew's on the move. My 11 cuts it back inside. Now Charlie Peters has been knocked off the ball. 111, the number on the back of Charlie Peters. Turning away from the traffic is Frankie Betts. You might have seen the blue and white face paint on a couple of the players. Don't be shocked if on the stream it may be a little confusing. Here in person, it's perfectly obvious what they've done. We did see one player wearing the green and white face paint of St John's earlier in the day. Ball runs out for another throw in. Katie Teo, nice little sidestep, sends it out to Ria Alva on the left flank, tries to cut inside, and the ball is cleared away. Now the counter-attack might be on for St Andrews. Important defending there to prevent the counter-attack. Cleared by Chloe Middleton. Frankie Betts trying to direct traffic and get something going ahead of the ball. Rhea Alva plays it on to Heidi Best. Now advancing down the right side. Javi Ballhausen puts the ball into the penalty area, but it's an easy collect for the St Andrews goalkeeper, Annabelle King, who's out with a long clearance too. The ball bounces on. Tumbling ball and a chance for St Andrews here. Important from Lola Kaiser to get a foot in. Tussle for possession ensues. And the free kick goes against Valentina Steele of St Paul's. And so St Andrews with a free kick inside their defensive half. Chloe Middleton with a long ball that's going to find its way down to the corner. Rhea Alva. Now Valentina Steele with a long pass from the base of midfield. It's going to be intercepted by Sarah Roos, standing at centre back in the number 35. Keep it in over on the outer side is Millie Simpson, but the ball just runs away. So we've had 6.5 minutes. No major chances on goal just yet. Seems like quite an even contest between these two sides. In the earlier game, it was 4-0 after 16 minutes to St John's. And then in the game in the middle of the day, a 1-1 draw where Wesley took the lead and then Sancta equalised late. Ball needs to be dealt with at the centre of defence. Long free kick attempted here. And so far, the St Paul's defence has been on task. Throw in taken by Charlie Peters. It's going to skip to the edge of the penalty box. No opportunity for an opening for a shot. Frankie Betts comes through, keeps possession at the feet of St Andrews. Sophie Oakeshott out to the left side. Can they get across in? The cutback not quite on, and it's cleared away by Ines Trahan. However, a second chance here for St Andrews. Taking possession. Frankie Betts, it's going to sit up, not kindly though. And St Paul's showing plenty of defensive resilience here. Rhea Alva trying to escape the defensive half, can't do so. And taking over possession with a good challenge, Jemima Davies. Can't squeeze it through a gap though, Charlie Peters. Katie Teo completely committed to a 50-50 ball there. Didn't quite spill her team's way. Now Sarah Roos consolidating possession. Given away on this instance though. Sent forward, bouncing ball. Rhea Alva could create a presence, but Annabelle King is out and able to collect the ball comfortably enough. And then with a long kick up to the halfway line, it'll bounce on. A contest ensues. Lola Kaiser in a battle. Loses out to Charlie Peters. The two players with numbers in triple figures on their backs, and they continue to duel. Here's Peters, back in for more, and wins the ball back, bending through the penalty area, but it's been intercepted and cleared away. Valentina Steele put a foot in and has done well to win a foul off Frankie Betts. And you can hear the crowd, really healthy crowd building tonight. They've had good crowds all through the day. And the men's match tonight will no doubt be well attended and quite rowdy as well. For those of you watching on campus, the bar and the cafeteria is open and the clubhouse is open, so promises to be a good night, and I can see more and more people walking on the footpaths around the ground towards the Sydney University football ground as this game continues. Here's Katie Teo. Back pass here. Sold her teammate into a little bit of trouble, but it was a quick clearance. Frankie Betts in midfield, can't advance. Oh, two players from St Paul's run into each other. Hannah Mance and Abby Ballhausen taken out by friendly fire. And that allows My 11 to advance here. Bending ball, not quite to the edge of the box. Katie Teo has been everywhere for St Paul's in defence so far in this game. Charlie Peters hurries it on. Mance's touch falls kindly, and it's a shot just off target. Put it down as a save for the goalkeeper. The shot was bending wide in the end, so an attempt from distance. Through ball again has been intercepted at the top of the box. And now running through the left channel. Is this the moment for St Andrews? Sophia Massaro trying to find a way through, but no success in earning a corner, and there's going to be interchanges here after 12 minutes, and Ria Alva leaves the game, and coming on is number 13, Matilda Johnson. Jemima Davies with a high clearance, and now Charlie Peters puts a foot through the ball. That's going to break kindly at the edge of the box, but good defending. Hannah Mance standing tall at the centre of defence. And St Paul's, bit of kick and rush. It's going to bounce on kindly, and an easy collect down in goal for St Andrews. There's going to be an interchange in response. Gigi O'Rourke comes on for St Paul's, has gone into the centre of defence. And there's been a bit of a switch because the number 7, Millie McKenzie, is now standing over at left back. So they've seen something on the sideline to want to change things up. They've moved their right back over to left back. Here's Matilda Johnson. Millie Simpson runs the ball down over on the right side. An exchange of headers. It bounces past Heidi Best and is cleared from the centre of defence. Turning on the ball, Abby Ballhausen. Seen her have one shot from distance already in the game. Katie Teo. Now Valentina Steele. Shuffles the ball on sideway to McKenzie, and McKenzie is knocked out of possession. Throw in coming for St Paul's. Was it a handball against Valentina Steele? St Andrews protest, as do their fans, but play continues. Steele forced backwards. Massaro trying to win the ball away. Oh, it's a really nice step on the ball there from Maya Levin, and now switching it out into space here potentially. It's going to run on. Sophia Massaro, can she control it? Yes, she can, and the shot is just wide. Last-ditch defending was crucial there from St Paul's. It looked like Sophia Massaro had broken through one-on-one against the keeper, but the backtracking defenders, they closed in, 3 of them in the end, and the combined efforts were enough to put off the shot. And amazingly, it's out for a goal kick, not even a corner. Well, Massaro was holding off Gigi O'Rourke, and she swung the right foot, but just couldn't get it inside the bottom left-hand post. So 15 and a half minutes. You'd have to say that's the best chance for either team in the game so far. Millie Simpson trying to make headway over on the right flank, and the ball is going to run out for a corner. So first corner of the game coming up for St Paul's. Now they can commit a few numbers forward here. Millie McKenzie appears to be struggling, so she's coming off with an interchange, and on comes the number 6, Sarah Oppenheim, for St Paul's. And a corner kick. It's going to tumble to the near post. Millie Simpson asked to do a lot with a corner that was always going to be difficult to fashion on goal. And St Andrews cleared their defensive lines. Matilda Johnson, the ball bounces past. Charlie Peters tries to go with a burst of acceleration, but offers the ball straight to Sarah Oppenheim. Now the attempted clearance from the centre of defence is going to have a bit of backspin on it, so still needs to be dealt with. Maya Levin. And the throw-in goes St Andrews' way. Oh, again, two St Paul's players colliding with each other. And Hannah Mance on that occasion booting the ball into her own teammate, Katie Teo. That's a lucky break for St Andrews. They get the throw-in as a result. And they're going to keep the ball here, they are. So they're slowly moving forward up the pitch. Middleton takes the throw-in. And Oppenheim, safety first, defending down in the corner. An errant touch, and that allows St Paul's to relieve any pressure that may have been building. Oppenheim's throw in. And Hannah Mance, given the hurry up, just drives the ball straight back out. This time for a St Andrews throw in. Frankie Betts making a little run. Katie Teo pretty much wherever the ball is in this first half. Lots of encouragement coming from Jamie Podmore-Taylor at the centre of defence. You can hear that coming through the FX microphone for St Andrews. The question is, with a corner, is she going to get forward? Because she's the tallest player on the pitch for St Andrews, and they've got their first corner kick of the game, but it looks as though the centre-back, wearing number 13, is happy to stay back covering for the counter-attack. So here's the corner kick coming now for Jemima Davies. St Andrews didn't get the first touch. Pauls can't clear their lines just yet. Now they'll get the chance with Abby Ballhausen. And now a long ball. Matilda Johnson, second to the ball here, still half a chance. Good little stop and prop. Pass from Oppenheim back into the danger area. Heidi Best, a shot on sight. Didn't catch it with the force needed to trouble the defender. Throw in down the left-hand side. Millie Simpson. Backing her speed. Did she get legged? Not illegally. No foul given. So Simpson back to her feet. And Gigi O'Rourke cleaning up in the meantime. Inez Trahan down the right side. And now Gigi O'Rourke's turn to clear. So 20 minutes ticked over in this first half, 35-minute halves, and still scoreless. Long diagonal ball. It's going to skim off heads, and goalkeeper into the action. I've seen McKellar out to collect. Goes for distance on the clearance. It's going to bounce up to halfway. That looked like a bit of a swipe with an arm, but the referee has been more on the lenient side when it's come to those things so far. And we're going to see interchanges here. Heidi Best is leaving the game. And we've got a couple of changes for St Andrews as well. Courtney Ellis has come on. Looks like she's come on for Sophia Massaro, another player down with a bit of an ankle problem in the foreground there. mile 11. She's slow getting back up. In the meantime, Libby Carey is on wearing the number 9 shirt for St. Paul's, leading the line now at the top of the attack. However, she's not going to get a play at the ball here because it's been cleared away forcefully by the goalkeeper for St. Andrews. Here's Frankie Betts. Now down the left-hand side goes St. Andrews. A sweeping ball, a great ball, and straight off the bench, this would be the perfect introduction. It falls kindly. Maya 11 has got up and scored the goal. Down with an ankle knock just seconds before, but she's dusted herself off and running to score. Courtney Ellis was right there alongside her, but rather than score with her first touch off the bench, it ran on to Maya 11, and 11 makes it St. Andrews 1, St. Paul's 0. And, well, it took a big deflection in there, so depending on how generous the tournament organisers are feeling, it might be an own goal, but for now, put it down for Maya 11, the number 16, in the 23rd minutes. They had 2 attackers in there. They could have raffled it. And St. Andrews break through for the opening goal. And here is the goal scorer 11. A bit of a grab around the waist there. That could often be a yellow card. However, the referee is going to decide a foul is enough. Free kick to be taken by Jemima Davies. More interchanges in the meantime. It was only a short little break for Heidi Best. She's come straight back on the number 0. So, free kick, long range. Jemima Davies. It's bouncing on and needs to be cleared out for a corner by Katie Teo. Here's the corner, tumbling to the edge of the box. Levin lifts it to the back post. And it's out off Sophia Massaro. So since scoring the goal, they've only grown in confidence here, St. Andrews College. Right now it's St. Paul's who need to weather the storm before they can think about building towards an equaliser. Ball bouncing through midfield. Best straight back into the action. Can't find Libby Carey with the pass on. Good defending though, coming in from right back. Creates a midfield tussle. Here's Matilda Johnson. And 2 players go sprawling there. The referee says it balanced itself out. Cleared by Sarah Oppenheim. And now Libby Carey down in the corner. Can she bring teammates into play? Takes on 2 opponents. Tangle of legs as she goes to ground. Matilda Johnson. Can't find a teammate with the pass though. Maya 11. Sounds like a big St. Paul's chant is about to sound its voice right next to our commentary position. I'm sure you can hear them. Well, is that going to be enough to lift St. Paul's in the remaining minutes of this first half? Millie Simpson and Heidi Best. Well, they were both in each other's way there. Neither could really decide who wanted to run with the ball. Sophie Oakeshott plays it back to Sarah Roos out to the touchline. Sophia Massaro veering into the midfield and took on Millie Simpson and lost out. The ball will deflect away. Now St Andrews look to build. Little sidestep from Millie Simpson, and now she's off and running. Physical play. Katie Teo's down. Charlie Peters gets back up. The ball runs on in the meantime. Courtney Ellis. And the whistle now does go. The assistant referee's flagging. Katie Teo is still down. In the aftermath of the initial collision that really got the crowd involved. But she's not going to come to the sidelines. She's all right. So it looks like the end result is a free kick going St Andrews' way, and it's only a metre or so in from a corner kick. So central referee and assistant discussing exactly what the ruling is, and as has been the case on all of the set pieces so far, Jemima Davies comes over to take this free kick opportunity. So Davies lofts the free kick in. First header is St Paul's. It needs clearing though. Shallow. Davies back into the penalty area. And now Valentina Steele is able to get her right foot through the ball and clear away. Sarah Roos over to the left side. And a slip has opened the door here. Millie Simpson off and running, plays it to Heidi Best. Oh, she couldn't take possession, and St Andrews, that will allow them to clear. It's end-to-end at the moment. Frankie Betts. Defending from Jamie Podmore-Taylor, but the ball is coming back here. Valentina Steele, Podmore-Taylor comes through and is able to see the ball to the line. Now it's the St Andrews fans' turn to uncork a prepared chant. Podmore-Taylor's clearance is going to deflect on. And even though Matilda Johnson was creating a presence and trying to trap the ball down in the penalty area, it has been cleared away. Really solid header from Katie Teo. Both sets of fans enjoyed that one. Frankie Betts. Betts with a shot. It's going to sit up. Oh, great goalkeeping in the end. Great attacking from Courtney Ellis as well. Ball was there to be won. And the goalkeeper, Maxine McKellar, was able to come out and collect. Sophie Oakeshott from left back for St Andrews. Now Frankie Betts. Ball sliced into the midfield. Katie Teo. Ball running laterally here. That's a really nice touch though from Maya Levin. The attack continues. Courtney Ellis. Oh, you'd say that's a nutmeg there on Katie Teo, but she wasn't able to advance a great deal further after that. Crossfield pass here. Heidi Best. Moves it back to Valentina Steele. She takes on her defender. Can't get past. We're into the last minute of the first half. No stoppage. 35-minute halves. So only seconds left to play with here. Can St Andrews double their lead? This is a promising attack. It's going to run on here. Courtney Ellis can't get to the ball. And Maxine McKellar, again, coming off her line with a good bit of goalkeeping. And she holds onto the ball here. The referee takes a look at the watch. And that header coming back should be enough to wind the necessary seconds off the clock to get to half-time. St Paul's very much still in the game, but St Andrews have threatened a second. Midfield battle continues here. Charlie Peters with the last touch of the half. And so it's a 23rd minute goal from Maya Levin, which is the difference between the two teams. St Paul's will feel as though they are creating, but it's St Andrews with the only goal to show for it at the moment. It's a goal that would take them to outright second and to finish runner-up in the Rose Bowl and the Women's Soccer Championship of the Sydney Uni Inter-College Sports. And at halftime of this match, we'll have a quick break and be back with you for the second half shortly. It's St Andrews College 1, St Paul's College 0. Welcome back. We are live at the Sydney University football ground and not far away from the start of the second half of this college intra-sports championship match in women's soccer. The final half of the final game kicks off here with St Andrews 1 leading St Paul's 0. It is the end of an era for St Andrews. They have won every year 2017 to 2024 inclusive, but St John's earlier today were able to win and take an unassailable lead and claim the title. So it means that this is a battle for second, and St Andrews are at least taking care of business in the battle for second, thanks to a 23rd minute goal from Maya Levin. If you've only just joined the stream, at 8 p.m. tonight we'll have the deciding men's match coming up as well. Right now, though, focus is entirely on the second half of this contest. As we see a through ball here and a chance for Matilda Johnson, and, well, the flag for offside goes up, so not quite a first-minute strike at the beginning of the second half. 35-minute halves and interchange, so the players will come and go. We'll keep you posted on them as they happen. Clearance here from Inez Trahan. Now running onto the ball is Libby Carey. She's dispossessed. Sarah Ruse. Crosses the ball to the edge of the box and cleared away. Now sent out to the left side. Lottie Harton standing on the left side of attack for St Andrews, wearing the number 27. Header from Valentina Steele, back to Katie Teo. These are two of the players that will have to be important if St Paul's are to get back into the match. Right now, though, priority number one is avoiding going 2-0 down, because here's the goal scorer, Maya Levin. Good challenge, winning the ball and then cleared from the edge of the box. And the referee is going to whistle play dead here. So just as Liv Oakeshott appeared to be breaking away in possession, we've got Katie Teo down again. We saw her take a bit of a knock to the face in the first half, but appears to be more of a shin issue, and she's waved the trainer away here, and doesn't that get a rise out of the crowd? They love the competitive spirit of the number 5 from St Paul's, who of course also plays on the weekends for the Sydney University NPL team. So a drop ball, and Liv Oakeshott can restart play here. Inez Trahan with the clearance. Libby Carey takes possession, and now a chance for St Paul's to attack. It's going to ricochet on here. Matilda Johnson, can she find a teammate? Libby Carey coming through, being guarded. And now Katie Teo, a bending shot. And even though it had quite a bit of backspin on it, it didn't quite fall in a way that was ever going to evade the grasp of Annabelle King. Through ball attempted here, and it's going to run away from Matilda Johnson. So another interchange going through here. Heidi Best, who started the second half on the bench, comes on. Duel against the sideline here, and good strength shown by Sophia Massaro. Valentina Steele brings the ball down, trying to turn and play a forward pass. Libby Carey with a chance here. Oh, slipped at the key moment. And so possession taken away initially by Jemima Davies. And Sarah Roos has no choice other than to clear to the safety of the sideline. Throw in for Valentina Steele. It's going to bounce into the penalty area, but cleared comfortably enough by Jamie Podmore-Taylor. Now a foot race is on. By 11 and Katie Teo chasing the same ball, and Teo has prevailed. And now she's going to look to launch an attack of her own, sending it through the left channel. Millie Simpson is there. Simpson rolling it back for Libby Carey. She gets tangled up in a tackle. Can she win possession back here? She can. What comes next? Well, another enthusiastic tackle from St Andrews to win the ball. The thrills and spills there reflected in the crowd on the field. However, the referee hasn't reached for the whistle, and so the ball has wound its way all the way across the pitch laterally and eventually out for a throw-in to be taken by Inez Trahan. In comes Lottie Harton with a challenge. Interchange goes through. And let's see Sophie Oakeshott, the number 7, come on. As does Laura Ellis, the number 10. So this is Sophie Oakeshott taking the throw in. Here goes Maya Levin. Down the right sideline she goes, out for a corner kick. To the penalty box. Frankie Betts creates a bit of space. Heidi Best coming back, but Betts takes possession. Sophie Oakeshott unable to drag the ball under her control, but will have a throw in. Throw in now. For some calls, you can hear a swell in the crowd. They've got really good support in. A bank of at least 200 fans watching on here, so they'd love a goal to cheer. We're going to see an interchange in the meantime. And it is, after a very short break, Courtney Ellis coming back into the game. So St Paul's hoping for an equaliser. As things stand, they will finish 4th in the women's soccer standings. They can't find a way back into the game. Frankie Betts. And away goes St Andrews, although they've been stopped in their tracks. Inez Trahan, very good interception, and now, well, at the moment of truth, the ball has been sliced away. Valentina Steele's been pretty good in this game, so give her a mulligan for that one, but we've now ticked past 11 minutes in this second half, and a goal in the 23rd minute remains the difference between the two sides. Ball breaks at the edge of the box. It's there to be picked up, and Annabelle King has taken care of business every time the ball comes down to her so far in this game. Trapped by Inez Trahan, and now Katie Teo. She's going to backtrack here, leaves it for Trahan to drive her right foot through the ball. Valentina Steele sees Millie Simpson in space. Is this the moment for St Paul's? Simpson's cross, not quite. Just couldn't get the whip on the cross into the penalty area. So out it goes for a goal kick. Still there, territorially, right in the conversation here, St Paul's. They just need to find a bit of cutting edge, and the equaliser might be coming as soon as they do. Well, a slip, and Heidi Best plays across into the box, but it's all St Andrews in the middle, and Sarah Roos in the right position to clear it away. Long throw. Shouts for a handball, and indeed they are obliged by the referee. So St Andrews again will be able to clear out of defence. Throw in then for St Paul's. Headed off the edge of the box. And the referee's seen enough to pay a foul over at right back. So bit start-stop. Just when it looked as though St Paul's were building a bit of momentum. 14 minutes into the second half, and the St Andrews fans are recognising that the game has hit a bit of a lull. So they're singing as a result. You wonder, I think that might prompt a response out of the St Paul's Bay. Yeah, they've all stood, so here comes the rebuttal. fans having their own fun at the moment because the game is stuck in a bit of a midfield tussle. However, it might break out here. Lottie Harden for St Andrews, but the ball runs long. And Maxine McKellar is out to the edge of a penalty area in the blink of an eye. Ball here, and Jamie Podmore-Taylor. Well, a shallow clearance. However, it does go out off a St Paul's player, so it's worked out well for St Andrews there. Courtney Ellis trying to weave through, gets some help from Sarah Scott, and now the pass played on by Charlie Peters. Maya Levin bided her time before breaking into a sprint, but the pass took a deflection off Katie Teo and thus was dealt with by the St Paul's defence. And now shooting range, Sarah Scott, well, ended up driving a low pass down to the goalkeeper when the long shot was very much on there, but the chance goes begging. Attempting a flick header is Abby Ballhausen. Sarah Scott caught in possession. Sophie Oakeshott. Foot race down the left-hand side, and Inez Trahan, who's been outstanding at right back for St Paul's, continues to guard that corner with great ability, and now St Paul's are away. Can they break? They've got open field ahead of them. Early ball here from Libby Carey, out in front of Heidi Best. Best gets a touch on it, but not a decisive one. Just offers the ball back to the goalkeeper in the end. Oh, the crowd were building in anticipation there. Sarah Roos hard against the line, driving it into the attacking half. It'll be swept upon here by Hannah Mance. Through comes Frankie Betts. Sends it over to Maya Levin. Here's the pass out to her from Charlie Peters. First time cross, a little shallow. Now another break. Heidi Best, can she turn provider? Tries to slip it through the left side. Katie Cho. A bit of pinball as 3 different St Andrews players closed in. Valentina Steele has won the ball back though. The attack stays alive. Heidi Best immediately stuck in a 1-on-2. As the ball runs on here, maybe a window of opportunity. Across comes Jamie Podmore-Taylor to clear it out to the line and to safety. So we've had 20 minutes of the second half, 15 to go. Remains 1-0 to St Andrews. St Paul's making a bit of a move at the moment. Again, they've got the ball down at their attacking end. Can they find the finishing touch? Neat little sidestep initially. Ines Trahan, and I think she's won a free kick here. So this is a long-range set piece coming up. So, long-range free kick. Can it land on the money? Driven to the edge of the 6-yard box, and up and under header, not quite away yet. It's going to bounce on Simpson! Millie Simpson with a close-range finish. And St Paul's had been building to a goal, and they find it. It's a good free kick, and it needed to be dealt with by the St Andrews defence. They couldn't get it away. And Millie Simpson, who's been one of the standouts for St Paul's in this game, in the right spot at the right time to knock in the equalising goal for 1-1. And the change goes through. Looks like Jemima Davies is back on, and back on in a midfield role now for St Andrews with this game levelled up. Now, St Paul's with a bit of momentum behind them. Can they strike again while things are rolling in their direction? The St Andrews era of wins, every championship bar 2016 since 2012, so a decade of domination. As things stand, they would be moving to 7 competition points. And Wesley and St Paul's would be sharing third place with 5 each. However, another goal, and that could swing things again. It would be a tie for second between St Andrews and St Paul's on 6 points each, behind St John's breakaway winner on 9 points. Still plenty of time for things to be sorted out. Lola Kaiser, the number 100, is back on. So a corner kick coming up. St Andrews back on the attack as the game ticks down to its final 10 minutes. Can St Andrews restore their lead just moments after the St Paul's equaliser? It's an out-swinging corner to the near post. Katie Cho first header, and Millie Simpson boots it away. And now, running on, Sarah Roos heard the shouts of the crowd, many of them down at the right of the screen and St Paul's fans, but they weren't able to overwhelm the defender. Shouts for handball. Now the fans can't overwhelm the referee. Out for a throw and it goes. Another interchange goes through. Sarah Scott comes off. Now it runs on. Heidi Best. Heidi Best on the end of Libby Carey's pass. And St Paul's have turned it around from a goal down to lead. It's been a whirlwind handful of minutes for them, but in the 62nd minute, Heidi Best has taken her chance. And it means it's 2-1 to St Paul's. And it also means we now have a tie for second place on the championship table. Long ball up the middle. St Paul's had been threatening. They just needed the finishing touch, and they've found it through two of their most prominent attackers in the game. So 5 minutes between the two goals. 57th and 62nd, the two strikes. Well, there'd be no point going defensive now. They've had the lion's share of chances in the second half. So no point going into the shell and inviting St Andrews back on. Throw in, taken by Ines Trahan. And a hard foul inside the penalty area. Abby Ballhausen with a little hop and a step, runs away. Jemima Davies trying to play a pass from deep in midfield. Millie Simpson playing the ball on for Libby Carey. Had the assist for the goal just a moment ago, and the referee's seen an infringement there. So a free kick down an attack for St Paul's. Well, the scoreboard's the friend. The clock is increasingly becoming their friend as well. The pattern of the way the game is going. And they've got a free kick here to be taken by Hannah Mance. 3 in the wall for this wide free kick. Mance is going to send that one out for a goal kick. Ball will break here in midfield. Amy Ballhausen is chasing, and the goalkeeper, Annabelle King, had it roll into her gloves right at the last second. And St Paul's want the decisive goal here. They want to finish it. They want a third. A 1-2 through the right. Millie Simpson touches it on down to the goalkeeper again. Can St Andrews grab an equaliser? It's the difference between outright second and sharing second as things currently stand. In the grander scheme of things, you never know when these points might matter to the overall Rose Bowl championship. We'll see that later tonight with the men's game that's coming up from 8 p.m. and its relevance to the bigger picture across all of the intercollegiate sports and the Rawson Cup. Cross in here, high ball needs to be dealt with, and a foul at the fall. Up gets Lola Kaiser, dusts herself off, having won the free kick. Shouts for a handball, not paid. Courtney Ellis. Dispossessed by the backtracking Valentina Steele. Contended to be the player of the match tonight. She's been everywhere. And now it'll run on to Abby Ballhausen. Shouts for handball against Jamie Podmore-Taylor. And a free kick and a yellow card in shooting range inside the last 3 minutes. A goal now would make it safe for St Paul's. Lots of protesting about where the free kick's going to be taken from. Katie Teo has been brave and at times self-sacrificing in her game with the physical application tonight. She wants to leave with a goal. Annabelle King has set a massive wall through the penalty area. 8 players by my count. Here's Katie Cho with the free kick. And it's over the bar. You normally see an 8-player wall from an indirect free kick rather than a direct one, but desperate times. So they've got less than 2 minutes now, St Andrews, to grab an equaliser and to grab outright second on the podium. Ball down the right here, looking for their goal scorer from the first half, Maya Levin. And the crowd rise because they know she's a dangerous player. A little step on the ball here. Concedes 5 metres though. Ball bounces onto the edge of the box. Oh, a foul and a free kick. Oh, we might get the grandstand finish after all. Libby Carey just in a tangle of feet with Courtney Ellis. And that means it's a free kick in shooting range. And this might be the last play of the game, depending on how long it takes the referee to set the St Paul's players back on their line. Maxine McKellar has only called for 3 in the wall. Jemima Davies. Can she grab a last-minute equaliser for St Andrews? It's Jemima Davies with the free kick! And she scored! 2-2 in the very last minutes. And it means St Andrews should finish second outright in the Women's Championship. Well, it's devastating for St Paul's. They had dominated so much of the second half. They've got 20 seconds left here. They need everything to go right. It's going to run down to Annabelle King. And as King drives the ball to the halfway line, Katie Cho heads it on. They might be half a chance here. They've only got seconds left to play with. Millie Simpson needs to swing the cross in. And it's set up for Libby Carey to the sound of the full-time whistle. What an end to the night. And both teams are applauding their players at the end of a 2-all draw. Jemima Davies coming up in the very last minute with a free kick equaliser. And that is after goals for Millie Simpson and Heidi Best had turned around a 1-0 deficit. And St Andrews took a first half lead through Maya Levin. But it means that the final standings in the Women's Championship, St John's win the Rose Bowl with 9 points. St Andrews finish second with 7 points. And in a tie for third, it's Wesley and St Paul's on 5 points apiece. Hope you've enjoyed the women's game. The men's decider is coming up from 8 p.m. right here where you're watching this match. So we'll be back at 8 p.m. For now, though, your full-time score, St Andrews College 2, St Paul's College 2. Good evening from Sydney University Football Ground, where tonight we have a vital clash on the road to deciding the Rawson Cup in 2025. It's the deciding game in the Intercollegiate Championship for men's soccer, and the final game pits St Andrews against St John's. St John's having won the Women's Championship earlier today. Now they are trying to make it 5 sports from 5 in the 2025 Rawson Cup by winning against St Andrews here, but they must win. A draw would mean St Andrews share soccer with them, and if St Andrews were to win, then they would be on the board in 2025 with a sport of their own. Of course, they are the defending Rawson Cup champions, St Andrews, across all the sports, and they've either won or shared that trophy for the last 7 editions back to 2018. And of course, St John's, for those of you that know, have only saluted once in the Rawson Cup, and that was all the way back in 1974. So more than half a century of history that this college is looking to overcome. It's been a busy day here at the football ground at Sydney University. 5 consecutive games in a row. And this much loved and much used pitch is certainly showing the wear and tear of that, but it shouldn't stop us having an entertaining game tonight. 45 minutes, no stoppage, and we are ready to get underway with St Andrews in the white with blue shoulders up against St John's in the green with yellow stripes. And this deciding game is underway. As is tradition, if there's a draw, the championship for men's soccer will be shared rather than a tiebreaker like a penalty shootout. So it really is a must-win situation for both these two. And you'd suggest that St Andrews need to win if they want to mount some sort of a comeback. Oh, it's nearly from kickoff. A chance here, and the goalkeeper goes in and makes a vital save, wrapping the ball, Edward Reynolds, around his gloves. He was very nearly caught out there by Charlie Healy-Hammond of St John's, who leapt into his clearance. And you can hear the crowd. It's a really healthy crowd, probably pushing 1,000 here at the Sydney University Football Ground on this Monday night as the colleges come out to watch. Here goes St John's. And their line being led by Harrison Podmore-Taylor. He's on the ball right here. Nicking in to win possession away. Dennis Wood. Anthony Wong legged. And Alec Elston is going to get a talking to here from the referee. And you can hear how much the crowd are getting into it. To my right, I suspect, are many of the St John's fans. And to my left of the camera position here on the halfway line, is all of the blue and white of St Andrews. And this means a lot to the colleges. Intercollegiate soccer's been on the docket since 1993, but the Rawson Cup's been contested since 1907. So more than a century of history, and it rides on every little contest between these teams as they represent the colleges that go well back into the middle of the 19th century upon their establishment. As we see Harrison Podmore-Taylor a little overzealous, and the referee is having to calm things down in these early exchanges. This place is going to explode if we get an early goal. Down the left side, venture St John's. A challenge made by St Andrews. Seb Lahaye, the number 23 for St Andrews, getting involved in some of the physical stuff as well. Free kick has been given. Flick header on by Lahaye. It's going to break kindly. And St Andrews lead! Harrison Podmore-Taylor guided a bouncing ball into his path and was able to roll it past the keeper. It's the blue and white who are celebrating first, just 4 minutes into the contest. And they take a 1-0 lead. Harrison Podmore-Taylor. He had the composure as the ball bobbled along in front of him to roll it past the goalkeeper, Freddie Brewis, into the back of the net. And that is the early goal that has set the tone, because now it's St John's who would need to come from behind to win. From the centre of defence, George Stevenson, a bending clearance. Throw in given in favour of St John's. Knocked down by Tommy Lewis. It was a great flick header on by St Andrews captain Josh Wilde as well, into the path of Harrison Podmore-Taylor. Shouts for a handball, not heeded. Keegan Ray was trying to break away through the left channel. It's going to be a throw-in instead. Sam Wright. At the edge of the box. Dennis Wood squares it over to Remy Forstman. Forstman from the right flank, a cross which is blocked out for a corner kick. So St John's straight back on the offensive after falling behind. It was a very one-sided meeting between St Paul's and Wesley in the earlier game this afternoon. St Paul's winning, I think 5-0 was the final score. Here's an in-swinging corner, and it hits the side netting at the near post. It's a comfortable win for St Paul's, which means they finish third in the men's championship, and Wesley, 3 defeats from 3, means they finish last. As we see defending from the front here from Charlie Helly-Hammond. Now an attempted cross fashioned from Keegan Ray, but the ball is deflected out for a throw. Tom Busby to take that throw. As the ball slides on, did it catch the studs of Cameron Grigg as he attempted to clear? It did. So 2 corners in quick succession here for St John's. And the ball at the near post is out for a goal kick, so a missed opportunity there. Anthony Wong. Oh, the feint from Dennis Wood just overcooked it a little and invited Josh Wilde into contest against him. The ball was ricocheted out, and St John's are applauding because they've got a bonus set piece out of what was initially a midfield tussle. So another corner kick. St John's with set pieces coming. Corner to the far post. First time volley. Oh, big shove. Referee waves it away. It was George Stevenson knocking over Remy Forstman, but the referee didn't mind. Now at the edge of the box, Charlie Helly-Hammond cleared away off his feet. Sam Wright is the defender back, and he'll use his keeper, Freddie Brewis, here. Brewis, a lofted switch. It's a bit of a hospital pass. However, Dennis Wood has made it work, but he telegraphed his pass out to the left. Now recovering the ball is Matt Waugh. Back to the goalkeeper, Brewis again. On the right side of the defence, Forstman down the line. Keegan Ray trying to get a bobbling ball under control. Charlie Helly-Hammond. And the ball is cleared out for a throw-in. So St John's with the majority of possession and territory, but they trail. The one vital goal is in St Andrew's pocket at the moment. Sweeping cross in from the right. There's a volley on, and not hit sweetly by Sam Wright there, just tumbling into the arms of Edward Reynolds. He's had one big scare back in the first minute of the game, but looks quite at home since. Alec Elston was backtracking. Elston attempting a sidestep. Possession given away. And a shot round the corner. Oh, it's been spilled! And somehow it's gone wide. The recovery from Edward Reynolds just enough to put on Charlie Helly-Hammond. And he had to recover after he spilled the shot from Keegan Ray. And Charlie Helly-Hammond won't believe he hasn't scored there. It goes down as a save to Reynolds because it's out for a corner. A bit of a miracle has kept this score at 1-0. Corner taken short. Dennis Wood lifts it across, and it's batted down on the line, and then cleared away by the goal scorer, Podmore Taylor. Absolutely no let up here from St John's at the moment. As the ball is cleared away by Seb Lahaye. And now Podmore Taylor. He's managed to worry the St John's defence. A body check. It's legal. Nothing wrong with it, according to the referee, from Matt Waugh. Podmore Taylor's back to his feet. And now overhits a pass through, which is held onto by the goalkeeper, Freddie Brewis. It's been a very lively first 11 minutes. You can see both teams are feeding off the crowd, and we're about to hear the St John's crowd rise as a choir and sing and chant together. Weaving run from Anthony Wong. And now some shirt grabbing going on in midfield and a free kick for Dennis Wood. Oh, the St John's fans, they've sung, and now we're going to hear from St Andrews in response. It's a slightly less charitable chant coming from the left bay of the main stand here. Away goes Charlie Helly-Hammond. He sends it into the 6-yard box. And it sits up for the equaliser. Keegan Ray knocks it in. It's 1-1. They were behind for only 9 minutes, St John's. And they have laid siege to the St Andrews net ever since falling behind. They will feel as though an equaliser is no less than they are worth here. And the number 10, Keegan Ray, brings the score level 1-1. Bit of a powwow going on between the St Andrews players. Referee's ready for them to take kickoff here. It has been all St John's since the opening goal, so that equaliser's been coming. So, even though it's only level at 1-1, it almost feels as though the onus is on St Andrews from here to show us what they've got in general play, because in the cut and thrust and the chaos of the end-to-end, it's very much advantage St John's at the moment. Here comes the goal kick, Freddie Brewis. Plenty of distance on it. Solid header back to the halfway line. Alec Elston. Oh, the throw out has come unstuck here. It's a chance for Josh Wild. Pottermore Taylor shot into traffic, and second time on his left foot, slices wide. Oh, it was nearly a gift there for St Andrews. Podmore Taylor not able to make the most of it. Wood sends it over to the right for Forstman. The goal scorer, Keegan Ray, trapped on this occasion. Aridith Janath comes through and takes possession away. So that'll be an attacking half throw in for St Andrews. Safe to say St John's ferocity with which they were chasing an equaliser has eased off just a little bit ever since taking the lead. Long throw. It's going to land just inside the penalty area for St Andrews and is cleared away. John's on the move. Oh, bustling, energetic run for Busby, but it eventually comes unstuck. Around the corner goes the pass, tough to control for Tommy Lewis. Block tackle on Josh Wild. Now the ball breaks into midfield. Seb Lahaye. And now in a pocket of space, Ted Stevenson. He plays it through. Pottermore Taylor's offside. Oh, tight call. The goalkeeper got there first regardless. But that was much better from St Andrews. The first time we've really seen a bit of retention of possession in midfield, and the number 12, Ted Stevenson, feeding a through ball there. That's perhaps what they need a little bit more of in order to build towards the second goal. In the meantime, this will slide off heads as Cameron Grigg is able to glance it back to his goalkeeper. So a goal kick to restart play. From the right side of defence. St Andrews with a long ball. And that's going to yield possession straight back to St John's. So not sure exactly what the plan was there, but George Stevenson gave the ball straight back. Now cleared by Alec Elston. It's going to set up for St John's Jonah Bedford, standing at the centre of defence. Matt Waugh. Well, possession given away. A little bit casual, so St Andrews with the throw-in coming here for Seb Lahey. Lahey throws it back to the halfway line for George Stevenson. Now he switches over to Charlie Whelan. He probes the left flank, and he was trying to hit the run of Patrick McDonald in stride, but just overhit the pass. Keegan Ray. Charlie Helly-Hammond. And a long ball straight down to the goalkeeper, Brewis. So almost 20 minutes gone. 90-minute match, but no stoppage time to be played. So 45 and done in both halves. And the curiosity of, if the game finishes in a draw, the teams share the championship. No tiebreakers, no penalties, no extra time. It is just a hand each on the trophy. As we see George Stevenson come across and clear away here after the bursting run of Sam Wright. Here's Matt Waugh, a name much more famous at this university for exploits in rugby union than the round ball game. Charlie Helly-Hammond, and now trying to free his feet and get a shot away. Tommy Lewis is able to win a corner. Alec Elston came over right at the last to send it behind. And so a corner kick for St John's. Tumbling corner to the near post, but not dealt with by any stretch of the imagination. And as it's punched back out, there was a sliced clearance from Charlie Whelan that made it very awkward for his goalkeeper. And Reynolds had no choice but to punch it out and concede consecutive corners. St John's hoping for delivery that might bring some teammates into the equation here. Oh, first header was St John's, cut back, cleared away. Jonah Bedford the target on both occasions, but the ball is now away. St Andrews thought they were escaping, and instead Wright put his left foot through the ball and just drove it down to Reynolds, who with an overarm throw has St Andrews moving forward once again. McDonald trying to keep possession. It's Ted Stevenson. Back to Whelan. What's the referee seen here? The ball may have been hugging the line. Defensive half free kick coming up for St Andrews. Driven by Whelan, and not really to the advantage of any of his teammates, so that one's out for a goal kick. Slide challenge in midfield from Ted Stevenson. It's He's done enough to win a throw-in back for his team. Bit of a lull has fallen over the ground here. You can still see people walking on the footpaths around the outside of the perimeter fencing, so maybe words got out about what's happening at the football ground on Monday night and people are coming down for a look. Here's Keegan Ray. He has to go backwards though. Missed touch from Sam Wright, but he's still able to recover. Ball brought down by Charlie Helly-Hammond, and he's lost his marker here. Cuts it across. Tommy Lewis. It sits up at the penalty spot. And a deflected shot out for a corner kick. Busby had the final say. They were lining up there, St John's players. The game had sprung back to life after a bit of a flat couple of minutes. So here's a corner kick. Keegan Ray into the near post, headed away by Charlie Whelan. Dennis Wood. Anthony Wong plays it through. Helly-Hammond, the cut across, nearly reconnected with Wong. Whelan got the ball away. St Andrews trying to relieve the pressure here. Looked like Wild was offside. And the assistant referee agrees that he'd stolen a couple of metres. Well, they were trying to break away into open space there. Ball in from the right, and easy pickings for the goalkeeper, Reynolds, who is able to catch. So this front pair for St Andrews, they're both tall strikers, one of them being aimed for here in Wild. The ball is going to fall kindly to Ted Stevenson. He sends it to the right. Seb LaHaye. And a barge through the back of Alec Elston was going to lead to an easy free kick here. Whelan with the long-range free kick, and this one won't bring any of his teammates into the equation, just like his previous attempt. It's gone long without really threatening. The interchange players for St John's are being made to do sprints behind the right of screen goal, which they are currently defending from an upcoming corner from Seb LaHaye. He's had to jump the fence, though, and go and retrieve the ball from the construction site over on the outer side. Oh, he's re-emerged, as has the ball. And that means it's time to take this corner kick. So here it comes. Corner kick, high looping in swinger, and allowed to bounce. It went over the head of George Stevenson, and then Ted Stevenson just watched it bounce in front of him and go out for a goal kick. That was a good chance for St Andrews to retake the lead. Matt Waugh. No progress being made down the left at the moment. Dennis Wood. He's happy to dance on the ball. Anthony Wong. An attempt to lose the attention of the defence from Sam Wright. However, all his toil has only resulted in a... Well, it has resulted in a corner. It looks as though the assistant referee on the outer side might have changed the mind of the central referee. St Andrews were convinced it was a goal kick. In fact, it's a free kick. Okay. Sprinting out of the penalty area, big collision. Seb Lahaye is the player fouled, and the yellow card is out of the pocket. Well, you could see it coming from a long way away, but in front of a crowd like this, in front of peers and friends and foes, it was very unlikely that Sam Wright was going to take a backward step. He's lost his shin guard in the process, which is going back into the sock, and he's got himself a yellow card for his trouble. The score remains 1-1, half an hour ticked by. Dennis Wood's header. Anthony Wong not able to drag the ball on with him. Trouble here for St Andrews as Helly Hammond breaks through the left side, and it's 2-1. Keegan Ray's done it again. Charlie Helly Hammond's run through the left, finding him in the near post. And after going behind, St John's have come back to lead. And Keegan Ray has 2 goals. Well, it was a bit of an innocuous attack. We've seen Charlie Helly Hammond get on a run from the flank in this game before. But this time the execution was spot on. A shallow cross to the near post. And then a little flick on was enough to get it past Edward Reynolds. And in for a 2-1 lead for St John's. And there's a couple of interchanges going through here. In fact, a triple interchange, it seems. Torben Fear the number 15, Jonah Bedford, I should say, has come on as part of a triple interchange here for St Andrews. We've also seen Oscar Raba come on too. And also, the number 20, Luca Crawford, is now standing in defence. Helly Hammond! It's 3! It's a brilliant couple of minutes here for St John's. Charlie Helly Hammond with too much power behind the shot. And once he got into a shooting position, he let fire and made it 3-1. Well, goals just 2 minutes apart. And you wonder if that might be a match-winning lead off the back of a triple interchange from St Andrews to try to turn the momentum of the game. Instead, it's very much gone in the other direction. Well, there's been a degree of simplicity to the 2 goals that they've been able to score in quick succession here. Helly Hammond, the creator of one, scorer of the other. And now a corner kick. The ball is living down at St John's attacking end. Plenty of numbers committed forward. Can Keegan Ray contribute and assist here? The corner kick's an in-swinger. Headed away off the near post. Energetically by Cameron Grigg. However, Keegan Ray can drop it in again. And the goalkeeper, Reynolds, bats it away. And it's going to go out for a throw-in rather than a corner. 10 minutes of regulation to go in this first half. Wright's throw in, volleyed on, and fumbled out. Fumbled out for a corner. A little bonus for St John's, just when they thought St Andrews, they might have had an easy way to emerge from their defensive half. It's another corner kick. So the pressure stays on. Corner honing it on the back post. Oh, it could have gone anywhere. Huge risk of an own goal. And fortune for Ted Stevenson as the ball goes out for just another corner kick. No time wasted. 3 corners in quick succession. Sliding to the back post. It goes past Torben Fear and is swept upon by St Andrews' Oscar Raba. Pass is intercepted though. Both teams appealing. Which way is it going? Oscar Raba. Cleared by Charlie Whelan. Couple of volleys back and forth. St John's enjoying possession. Torben Fear plays it over to Matt Waugh. Now Sam Wright. Busby from the right flank. Spinning on the ball, but caught in possession. Maybe now St Andrews can counter. They've got Josh Wild ahead of the ball, but he's not going to be able to run that down before it runs on. War again, centre of defence. Tries to play through the left side. Luca Crawford got a foot on the ball. The battle continues. Oscar Raba. Taken away by Helly Hammond. He's legged. And it's going to be a free kick near the corner of the box. George Stevenson gets up to baying from the St John's fans, wanting a card, but it will only be a free kick. But it's a free kick in a really dangerous position here, getting towards the end of the first half. And it'll be taken by the captain, Tom Busby, here. Two in the wall. Big defensive stand coming here for St Andrews. Busby sends it high. It's headed back and went over the line. And it's hit the side netting in any case from Tommy Lewis. Whelan ran into trouble. Keegan Ray coming back with the ball. Ray slamming through defenders, but he can't find a teammate with his cross into the box. And now a missed clearance, but it's a 3-on-1 in favour of St John's. They'll be able to clean it up, calm everything down. Torben Fear plays it over to Sam Wright. Wong heads the ball to Lewis. Wright taking the game on. Ran into a block tackle from Raba. And away comes Crawford, playing it back to his goalkeeper Reynolds. Played almost 41 minutes. No stoppage time, so right to the 45-minute mark, and then the whistle goes. Wood with a pass over to Fear. And Torben Fear advancing into the attacking half, going on a roaming run. And the battle between winger and fullback goes in favour of the winger, as Busby's able to earn his team yet another corner. The scoreboard has popped up with the score from the weekend. That's an NPL2 scoreline there, Sydney Uni versus Prospect. But, discard that. The scoreboard on your stream is correct. There we go. The scoreboard is ticked over to St Andrews 1, St John's 3. And it could be more here. Ray with the corner. Helly Hammond! He's got a double. The near post header works to perfection. And it's 4-1 to St John's. They have separated themselves as the first half has gone on. And now in the 43rd minute, Charlie Helly Hammond has his second of the game. Coming just 8 minutes apart. And it's looking like it is going to be another sporting success for St John's in the battle for the Rawson Cup. The St John's fans are having their own sing-along in the aftermath of the goal. Let's listen in. Jonah Bedford trying to grab one more goal back before the half-time break. Get it back to maybe a manageable deficit of 4-2. That opening goal feeling like a long time ago now for St Andrews. Gee, and they did have other chances too in the first 15 minutes of this game. Could have been a very different story as that ball pitches and holds up before Bedford can run it down. Luca Crawford, pass intercepted. Ted Stevenson. Whistle goes, and St Andrews will have 1 minute left at the end of the first half. I wonder if someone's keeping time over on the bench because the scoreboard does not have the clock on it. So they've got to go and they've got to make the most of this set-piece opportunity to cut it back to 4-2 before the halftime break. Whelan went for power, and the one-man wall did his job, Healy Hammond. That runs out for a throw. They've now only got 20 seconds left to work with here at the end of the half. St Andrews, they need to play with the urgency that the clock dictates here. Bedford trying to roll past his marker. Great stand-up challenge from Remy Forsman, and it's the final act of the first half. And what a first half it has been for St John's. They've got one hand on the Intercollegiate Championship Soccer Tournament as things stand. And they are on track to record a perfect 3 wins from 3. Stay with us through the halftime break. We'll be back with live action soon. But for now, your halftime score is St John's College 4, St Andrews College 1. Welcome back to the Sydney University main oval. And we have kickoff at the start of the second half of this intercollegiate soccer final. St John's in the green and gold, leading 4-1 against St Andrews. And even though St Andrews scored first, it's been a bit of an avalanche with a double for Keegan Ray in the 13th and 32nd minute, followed by a double from Charlie Helly Hammond in the 34th and 42nd minute. That gives us our current scoreline. And so, will there be an explosion out of the blocks at the start of the second half from St Andrews, or will St John's go on with the job and win the football tournament here? Ball out on the right side, and half a chance here for Tom Busby, but he leaves it behind, and St Andrews will clear as a result. Through comes Remy Forstman with a clearance which has to be dealt with by Charlie Whelan in defence for St Andrews as he plays the ball out. And a chance here now for Anthony Wong of St John's as the ball is cleared from the centre of defence again, this time Cameron Grigg driving it away. Ball played to Dennis Wood. Tommy Lewis. Throw in skimming off the head of Ted Stevenson. Whelan has help in the form of George Stevenson to clear. Now Dennis Wood back to Matt Waugh. And the ball is cleared out. Dennis Wood spinning on the ball. Now Wong from the left side. Keegan Ray through ball, and that one beyond the run of Charlie Helly Hammond. Of course, he and Ray are now both on hat-tricks due to their doubles from the first half, and St John's have largely controlled possession at the beginning of this second half, so we haven't really seen a change of tone in the game from what we got in the first, well, more or less from about the 10-minute mark until the end of the first half, which is St John's firmly in control at the moment. St John's haven't won the Soccer Crown since 2011. It's been running since 1993. It's one of the later editions. It actually, would you believe, replaced shooting in the Rawson Cup. Still plenty of shots being taken, just different kinds of shots. The ball tumbles on here, bit of confusion in the St Andrews defence. Two players clearing into each other, but it has fallen kindly into the gloves of Edward Reynolds. as Wheeler and clears into the stands, drawing a few cheers, but it's been volleyballed straight back down to the field of play. This is Torben Fear. Apologies for calling him Jonah Bedford a couple of times in the first half. Definitely Torben Fear of St John's, wearing the number 15. Well, the crowd might need to make its own fun and its own mischief in this second half, because it's been a fairly prosaic start to matters since the return from the halftime break. St Andrews not able to bring it back to life here as the ball is driven away. Cameron Grigg playing it out to the right side of defence. George Verco down the line, pass intercepted. And right on cue, the crowd is starting to make a bit of noise for themselves. They want more goals. They're not satisfied with 4. Any of them that were here for the Women's Championship earlier this afternoon would have seen it was 4-0 after just 16 minutes. So it's been a similar goal rush from the 13 to 42 minute mark of the first half. 4 times hitting the back of the net in a 29 minute spell. So from the left flank here, it's going to be Ray with a chance at his hat-trick. And a very close-range save from Reynolds, turning it behind for a corner. He had to swivel on the ball, though. He was in front of the near post and thus had to get the body shape right to turn it back towards the target. And he got a whole lot of the goalkeeper. Here comes the corner. And that's disappointingly out for a goal kick without anything more to the story. Dancing on the ball is Aridith Janath, but his attempts to advance the ball not successful. It's out for a throw-in. Flicked over the shoulder by Jonah Bedford. And now it breaks kindly. Ted Stevenson with a chance. Stevenson held on to by the goalkeeper. Freddie Buis. Well, that is St Andrews' best chance since about the 10-minute mark. And that could have cut the deficit back to 4-2, and in a second half, which is just drifting, maybe it would have given them renewed belief that a comeback was possible. Instead, the score remains 4-1. Torben Fear. Flick on. And possession taken by Tommy Lewis. And squeaked and scrambled away by Cameron Grigg. Out for a throw-in. So normal service resuming as we tick up to 10 minutes into the second half for St John's. Spin on the ball, a good one, and a cross driven into the nearest defender. So Wright, who's been full of energy in this game, wins a corner kick, but now returns to cover in defence. That's the plan, certainly. He's one of the ones that stays back at corners. And so here comes the potential in-swinging corner kick. And at the back post, Lewis. Ball is slid out for a corner on the opposite side. Or is it? Goal kick looks to be the call. So Lewis can't believe it. Neither can I. I think we saw the same thing there. And the assistant referee over on the near side, perhaps not to be questioned, though. Oscar Rabar was the nearest St Andrews defender. Bustling through, Sam Wright. And now in response, Jonah Bedford hurdles over one challenge, keeps it moving. The quick 1-2 with Josh Wild. Bedford can't reconnect. The defence had the numbers there. Matt Waugh clears it away. Now, again, better from St Andrews. Starting to take the game on. A few more moments of dare in their play. Perhaps that might be the key to getting them back in contention here. Knocked back here at the edge of the box. Bedford, and now a long shot, and held on to Oscar Ravar with the attempt from distance. And Freddie Brewis holds on to the strike and then shows us his kicking range. He bombs it all the way down to the edge of the opposite penalty area. And the ball has been spilled, and then a save at the very last on a tight angle from Edward Reynolds that puts it behind for a corner kick. Well, it was a display of supremely confident goalkeeping at one end and then maybe a little bit of shakiness at the other, and it's led to this corner. To be taken by Keegan Ray. In it swings, and a good defensive header. Initially, it falls to Lewis through the traffic and propelled away by another vital defensive header. A shot from distance comes in from Wood. Sliced away. Keegan Ray. St John's stay on the attack. Through the right channel. Keegan Ray, he's run out of real estate there, and that will be a goal kick. So we're almost at the hour mark. And no change to the halftime score. Janath. Well, bit of noise, bit of afters, right in front of the St John's bench is not the best place to make enemies, but you can't take the smile off Janath's face, so he's clearly playing up to the occasion. Restart comes from Stevens. Janath is trying to channel the energy here for St Andrews' cause as the ball is cleared away. So a couple of changes coming up here, interchange system, so players can come and go. Janath and also Josh Wild coming off, and Seb Lahaye and also Alec Elston coming on. Here's a penalty shout, and the referee is pointing to the spot. Jonah Bedford legged, and this is St Andrews' window of opportunity back into the contest. Right at the edge of the penalty area, but a foul's a foul, and the referee had a good long look. And so Bedford wins the spot kick and appears to have handed the ball to Ted Stevenson, and this is a vital moment in the game. Still plenty of time to go, half an hour of action. You'd see a bit of head games from Freddie Brewis. He goes and gets a high five from the man about to take the penalty. Ted Stevenson. Can he bring St Andrews back into the game? There is hope for St Andrews. He scores the penalty, albeit with a significant deflection off the keeper on the way in. And that makes it St Andrews 2, St John's 4. And listen to the St Andrews fans. They know how important that goal is, not just in terms of tonight, but in terms of the overall Rawson Cup campaign. So the St Andrews goals have bookended this contest, but it is 4-2. And now they're in again. The goalkeeper is sure-handed. Jonah Bedford with a side-footed attempt from the edge of the box. Maybe a little excitedly taking on that chance. He just struck it in a way that wasn't quite true, and thus it fell kindly. Here's the long clearance from Brewis again. Well, keeper to keeper. And then a bit of afters here as Charlie Hammond goes sprawling. Whelan with the clearance. You just feel like this goal and the bit of chat leading up to the penalty and the ensuing banter afterwards. Yeah, the referee's just trying to retake control of the game here. You feel like the match is coming to the boil. St Andrews have absorbed so much possession, so much territory from St John's. Can they make the most of a bit of a swing in momentum and strike while the iron is hot? I don't think any neutral observer would question that St John's have been the better team, but we see more afters here. Brewis and now Alec Elston, and this game is threatening to boil over here. Elston gets himself a yellow card. And that has drawn as loud a cheer as you'll hear so far in the game from the St John's fans. And Freddie Brewis is going to get a talking to here, but no card of his own. Restart play from a drop ball. You think that St John's would be just as fired up to go and try and score a fifth and re-extend the lead here. Look at the ferocity with which players are hunting the ball. Ted Stevenson comes through. Plays it back to George Verco. And out it runs. But you can't take your eyes off it at the moment. Might be a 2-goal difference, but this game is hot. Lewis down at the byline, dispossessed by a sliding challenge. The ball is cleared away. Throw in taken by Remy Forstman. Great spin on the ball from Helly Hammond, and another full-blooded slide challenge comes through from Cameron Grigg to send it out for a corner. St John's down the right end as far as they're concerned. And it is going to be Keegan Ray to take the corner. He's got two. He's been key to a lot of the attacking play of St John's. Can he provide here? Ray's corner, honing it on the near post. It's headed up in the air, not decisively away. Helly Hammond brings it down. And then Whelan drives it clear. As the ball is driven into the crowd, it is going to be St John's throw. More byplay, more booing. The mascot getting involved. Throwing down the line. Ray runs onto it here. Keegan Ray dashing out in front. And now he's going to take on the defence single-handedly. Whelan is able to stop him in his tracks. Knocks the ball out in front of Patrick McDonald, hugging the line. Only as far as Remy Forstman. Wood. Play continues. A crunching challenge from McDonald, and it's going to be another yellow card. Patrick McDonald goes in the book for the foul on Tom Busby. He argues his case, but again, right in front of the St John's bench. Means that and fans, let's not forget, means the referee has got, well, perhaps the roars of affirmation right in his ears as we see an interchange go through. Jonah Bedford comes back on as Ted Stevenson gets himself a yellow card. So two players booked in the same phase of play, and the yellow tickets are certainly starting to add up all over the pitch for St Andrews. Free kick will land at the penalty spot. It's tumbling on. It is 5. St John's get the decisive goal. Matt Waugh with a flick header that got the better of the goalkeeper. It was an awkward bounce, and it has left the St Andrews defence stranded. Matt Waugh intervening, nodding it in, and making the score 5-2. And you can't help but think that restoring a 3-goal buffer in that fashion after so much intensity and heat in the game, that feels like more than just a goal. It feels like a statement at this time of the match. Another change goes through. Will Ormond is coming on for St Andrews. Defensive switches. Not sure what options they've got left to chase the game, really. George Verco goes to the bench. Maybe it's Charlie Whelan in midfield as he receives kickoff here and drives it forward. There is still 20 minutes to go. There was plenty of time when it was half an hour and 2 goals, but now it's 22 minutes and 3 goals, and it's starting to look like a bit of a lost cause for St Andrews. All they can do is throw everything at it, though. Hope maybe that the emotion and the charged environment here can be a factor in how St John's try to see this out. They won't go defensive here. They look absolutely determined to score more goals, so it could lead to a bit of an end-to-end finish to the game as players fatigue. However, that might St John's just fine as well. Busby, his little drag step, is able to win a corner kick. Which Keegan Ray will take. Ray wasting no time, in-swinging corner, headed away by Whelan. Ball has been won back by Wright. Ray tailing back after the ball, Anthony Wong. He keeps it in. Wong, and driven to safety by Cameron Grigg. Big collision. Remy Forstman has been able to clear the ball away from George Stevenson. Throw in taken quickly. Bedford, can he make the most of the chance here? Oh, the ball's just bouncing and bouncing, and he can't bring it under his command, but he's gone and wrestled it back. And Elston's cross whipped through the area. He's got to be careful on a yellow as well as he tries to win the ball back here. Ray, and blown up for a handball. Well, I mentioned the emotion and the tension of the end of the game and the dying stages here. It could leave us with a very open contest. You can't fall into the trap of assuming 5 is enough here. Malcolm Deegan, the number 12, is coming on. I think it's the first time we've seen him in this contest so far. And he's going to go into defence here because there's a long-range free kick, which Charlie Whelan is standing over. Whelan drives it low, not effective as far as his team is concerned. Tobin Fair trying to lead a counter-attack. He'll get the return pass here. Through ball attempted, but it's all white and blue shirts around the ball. Keegan Ray remains everywhere in this game. However, on this occasion, he's the one conceding a foul rather than winning it. Interception made by Matt Waugh. Keegan Ray. Thrown to be taken by Patrick McDonald down in the left-back corner for St Andrews. Off the head of Wood. Straight out for another St Andrews throw. Plenty of distance again. Fear missed the initial clearance. Now a tangle of legs, and it will be a St John's free kick. Yeah, and I think the referee is saying put it on the deck. Back underway then with the free kick. Allowed to bounce at the edge of the box, and well, it was almost reminiscent of Waugh's goal a few minutes ago. This time it was Anthony Wong, the diminutive wide player, trying to leap up and flick a header towards the target, but it skimmed off the top of his head more than anything and continued on its way out for a goal kick. Whelan. Ball falls kindly to Bedford. He's got a runner on through the right channel here. Bedford puts his head down, holds the ball, and that allows St John's to get set back in defence. Ormond waited and waited to pull the trigger on a pass, and when it came, it ran out for a goal kick. You wouldn't even call it a half chance for St Andrews, just a little quarter chance. But it fizzles out. Ball over the top. Anthony Wong. Grigg tried to clear, couldn't get it away. Second chance, and now through comes Raba. He's caught in possession. St John's reload, edge of the box. And the shot is sent high and wide from Anthony Wong. 15 minutes of playing time to go. Referee is acknowledging more interchanges coming. It's going to be Aradith Janath coming back on for one last burst, perhaps. Here's the goal kick from Edward Reynolds. Elston still willing to throw himself about, even on a yellow card. Such as the circumstances of the game. They need everything to go right from here. St Andrews. Meanwhile, St John's, they know that one more goal will leave them out of sight with not nearly enough time to even mount the unlikeliest of comebacks. Wood caught in possession. The Stevenson brothers link up. Ted out to George on the wing. Oh, and George, the surface perhaps played a bit better than it's looked, you'd have to say. However, that was a less than perfect moment for both player and surface in concert on that occasion. And the referee's decided a drop ball is the remedy here. Here's Busby. Difficult pass to defend as it reared up off the surface, but Ormond did enough to steer it back to his keeper. And in the blink of an eye, it's at the feet of Ted Stevenson. Through ball here. Oh, the flag is up. And that one hurts. That one hurts because the cross from Josh Wilde was to Jonah Bedford in a shooting position in the middle. But it was Wilde who, in the assistant's view, had straight offside. Through comes Seb Lahaye. He can't keep the ball though, and in the end he blocks it out for a throw in down at left back. Bit of a hush has fallen over the crowd again. It was really at a boiling point in the build up to the 5th St John's goal. Now things have eased back off again. Cross in here, Bedford's looming, and Torben Fear puts it behind for a corner. And so St Andrews, if they're going to make a last hurrah of it, a goal here would be almost a necessity. They've got a corner kick. Ted Stevenson to take it. A looping corner, which bounces in the penalty area without friend or foe putting a foot on the ball. Now it's recycled away. Bit of trickery. And so St Andrews continue to build. Janath. Here's Lahaye. Oh, and the flag is up again. And so a couple of offsides for Josh Wilde in quick succession have certainly hampered his team. As another attack breaks down. The ball's hit the referee, so that'll be a drop ball in midfield. Around the corner goes Helly Hammond, and both teams think it's their ball, but much to the disappointment of Patrick McDonald, it is a corner kick for St John's. So another corner. We've seen the danger of Keegan Ray so many times in this game. This corner is headed out of the goal mouth. A couple of players ended up in the net, but the ball did not. And it's driven away to safety by Will Ormond. I feel like St John's want the knockout punch here. They want a sixth goal. They want it to be as emphatic as the scoreline might suggest. Interchange here. On comes Tim Bannister, the number 14, for the first time in tonight's game. So some fresh legs getting an opportunity. And Sam Wright's coming off to a warm ovation here. Play back underway. Lewis loses out to Ted Stevenson. He then wins a throw in. Lahey couldn't drag the ball down under his control. St John's fans are singing again. Their choir is standing and singing in the stands here at Sydney University. Well, 9:30 on a Monday night at the end of winter, and there's a bay of 200 plus all singing together, enjoying what St John's College has been able to do in this game. It might be their year, 2025, in the big picture. Oh, if that ball didn't go out, it's been held onto by the goalkeeper. To the naked eye, it appeared to have crept across the line over on the far side, but the assistant referee didn't agree. So it's live in the hands of goalkeeper Freddie Brewis here. And he tried to go long, but he sent it sky high instead. Whelan hasn't stopped trying for St Andrew's cause. Neither has Bedford as they look through the left channel. Elston making a presence, but ultimately, as Bedford charges in on his fellow striker. And now steady from Torben Fear in defence, going back to his goalkeeper. Torben Fear back to his keeper. First time clearance, a little scuffed. Janath, is this the chance for St Andrews to grab a goal back? Pass through the left, McDonald bombing forward. Does he win a corner though? Big call here. Yes, corner kick. St John's were convinced it was a goal kick, but it is a set piece opportunity for the team in arrears. And it would be nothing short of a miracle if they were to even get it back to a draw from here and force a share of the spoils. And they can make it a little bit more nervous if they do score from this very corner. You'd think they'd have to, given there's no stoppage time. It is only 5 minutes to go. Here comes the corner. To the far post it goes. Good defensive header from Helly Hammond. Swing and a miss comes in from Ted Stevenson as he chases back after the ball. He's been given no respite from Tommy Lewis. who ends up fouling him, giving away a free kick. Down the right with the free kick. Whelan. Looks like we've got another interchange here right at the end of the night. And it's going to be a chance for the crowd to show their appreciation for Charlie Helly Hammond. He hasn't been able to grab the third goal to complete his hat-trick, but that doesn't matter at all. He's very happy with 2 goals as he leaves the game. And Xavier Lever comes on for 4 minutes at the end of the game. And we also see Rowan Joshi coming on for the first time as well. So St John's, they're going to win the Rawson Soccer Challenge and the Intercollegiate Soccer Tournament for the first time since 2011. And a long wait to be back on top of the 4 colleges. And they're going to give everyone a taste of the action in these dying stages here. Can St Andrews do some cosmetic repair to the scoreboard? They are going to finish second, and St Paul's, with their win earlier today, are guaranteed third. So we see McDonald chasing back and having to concede a corner at the end of the night. So is there a 6th goal to go with this display? Keegan Ray to take the corner kick. Bending to the far post. Oh, Torben Fear was waiting, but the fist of Ed Reynolds came through and cleared the ball at the end. Dennis Wood steps around, hurdles over a challenge. Can he drop it on a teammate's head? It's sitting up at the edge of the 6-yard box, and nearly the hat-trick chance for Keegan Ray. He's been on a double ever since the 32nd minute, and he's still buzzing around at the end of the night looking for one more goal. At the other end, a slide challenge comes in. It's well played by Tim Bannister to prevent Seb Lahaye from running in on goal. Anthony Wong is coming to the bench here. And Benji Harris comes on for St John's. Standing ovation from some in the stands here for Anthony Wong as well, as his night comes to an end 1 minute and 15 seconds before the final whistle. And we tick into the final minute with all of the backup players for St John's out on the pitch now. St Andrews got it back to 4-2 in the 62nd minute from the penalty spot. And then it was perhaps the best 6 minutes of action of the night, just as the tension and the competitiveness ramped up and up and up. And then when Matt Waugh came through with a flick header for a goal in the 68th minute, that's given us our score. And that was effectively the final say in proceedings. It was such a statement at the time, you couldn't help but feel like it was decisive as far as the final score and the final equation. As the ball is cleared away here by Grigg, that's going to take some retrieving, and that might even lead to the final whistle here. The referee's looking at the watch and says that will do. St John's are the Rawson Soccer winners for 2025. They take out the Intercollegiate Men's Soccer Championship at Sydney University, and their pursuit of the Rawson Cup ticks off another sport as they finish top. It is green and gold celebration at full time. They fell behind in this final. It really was up for grabs in the first 10 minutes, but after Harrison Podmore-Taylor's opener, an equaliser from Keegan Ray, his second goal in the 32nd minute, gave St John's a lead they would not relinquish. A quick-fire double of 2 goals in 8 minutes from Charlie Helly-Hammond made it 4-1 at half-time, and even though Ted Stevenson got a goal back from the penalty spot in the 62nd minute, Matt War's header in the 68th minute gave us our final score of 5-2, and St John's the win. A perfect 3 wins from 3 in the group. St Andrews will take second place. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage throughout the course of the day. On behalf of our broadcast partner, Topper Sports, my name's Teo Pellizzeri. It's been fun bringing it to you all from Sydney University. Thanks for your company, your full-time scorers. We wish you good night. St John's 5, St John's College 5, St Andrews College 2.